Drive to Texas or something, get a flight.
How's it going?
Nothing. Doing my complaint.
Okay. Alright. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Mullen, and I am here live at Case Springs Lanes for the third sweeper in the Bull Series Sweeper. We are coming to you live again, as I said, from Case Springs Lanes. Bowlers, the opening practice. We'll be bowling 5 games tonight with a top 8 jackpot. The first and second place of the first top 5 games, they will be invited into the championship at the beginning of May. haven't had a chance to do so, we ask you to hit that subscribe button for us at youtube.com/BullMBT, as well as our Facebook page, facebook.com/BullMBT. Players are currently in practice. 5 games of company top 8 jackpot cut. successful turnout for this evening. Currently situated between lanes 7 and 8, 9 and 10 down here. But I do have a nice little view of everything going on. John Solero getting a nice break there in lane 10.
Levels were too low, so we turned it down.
Okay.
We got to start over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
I didn't realize I had this in here. So I want to look at
Yeah. My name is Jason Willen. We're here at Case Springs Lanes for third edition, or third stop on the Sweeper Tour here at Case Springs Lanes for the Bowl MBT series. If you have a chance, go ahead and subscribe button on our YouTube page at youtube.com/BowlMBT, and go ahead and check us out on our Facebook page as well, facebook.com/BowlMBT. We have 38 bowlers out here tonight. And so far, we're about through 4 frames. Dylan Zerman here on lanes 7 and 8 so far, the only one who is perfect so far. A couple other nice scores, 290s and such out there, but we're only very sweeper, 5 games. 2 players will get a spot into our championship at the beginning of May, and then the other 16 spots will be given to the point getters. To the highest point, or excuse me, from these sweepers. That information will be found at BowlMBT. Terry Jones actually as well on the front 4. Down on lanes 4. The second box from the left on the top row there. He's up on lane number 4 right now. Comes in a little high, just leaves a 4-pin there. We kept saying 5 earlier. Probably for thoughts from the last time I bowled, when I bowled good for 5 games and then forgot the 6-game bowl. So, 38 bowlers out here tonight with a top 8 pot. Currently, we are showing all 8 pairs. And right in front of me on lanes 7 and 8, we have Jason Schaefer on the front 6. Shot 279 game 1. Jason Schaefer will be in the top right corner right now. And crushes all 10 for the front 7. Do see one other front 7 looks to be down on 15 and 16. This is JS, so I think this angle I can't see it very well, unfortunately, but a couple other 290s out there right now. Currently showing lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 with Casey Gunnell there. Casey striking 137.96 with a strike up on the 7th to max out at 257. Josh McLean up on the left lane. 118 in the 5th with a strike in the 6th. And gets that 10 to kick out for a double. Once again here at K Springs Lanes for the Bowl MBT Sweeper. This is week number 3. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button for us on youtube.com/BowlMBT and our Facebook page, facebook.com/BowlMBT.
How you doing, Jason?
Not too bad. You gave me a game break. I kept saying 5 games, so I figured, skip game 1. We just come in game 2.
Sure. So apology to everyone on the live stream here tonight. We did have some technical issues. We're we're trying to push all of our audio through the network as opposed to just the regular old analog cable runs. And I guess we just have too much network congestion once everything is up and running and we're pushing the stream out. We stress tested a little bit earlier and everything seemed fine, but so we went back, got some of the older equipment, and we were able to get it up, I guess, what, midway through
Yeah,
game
midway
two,
through game 2 here, so.
So yeah, we apologize for that. Jason, you are with me all night. It's just me and you, and I'm going to be popping in and out, probably out more than in. But just want to first thank everyone for tuning in, and especially thank all the bowlers who came out today. A lot of new faces, and a lot of people who bowled the first 2 who were out at other events, but they say, we're coming back, we're going to bowl, you know, the future events. I have a feeling we're going to fill up here real soon. You know, we're limited to 48. I think we had 36. We had a few no-shows. But I'm pretty happy. You know, it seems like we're moving forward. And
yeah, it looks like we have 38 tonight, I think, from what I counted.
Okay.
Had to take my shoes off, unfortunately, but, you know.
Well, so something that we can do now, something that's new for tonight is we have the 8 lanes simultaneous, so you can see everything that's going on. At some point, we're going to have 2 of these, one for the low side, one for the high side. And then if something's going on any one of the lanes, we'll cut to, you know, lanes 3 and 4, or 5 and 6, whatever. And we also have replays coming in for all 8 pairs. So if we miss something, we can go back and see it again. I'm going to be getting off here. We got the updated standings coming in, so we're going to be able to see that tonight, where you'll see everybody's games coming through. So unfortunately, I had to run back to the studio, grab some equipment, so I didn't get that going yet. So I'm going to go back and get that up, and we're also going to be doing a scrolling scoring ticker, so you'll be able to see the full scores of every single pair. That's where that Bowl MBT or hashtag MBT thing is right
Hashtag
now.
Bowl
So that's,
MBT.
yeah, that's going to go away. So I'm going to get out of here. I appreciate if you guys at home, if you're watching on YouTube, just hit the subscribe button. It helps us. You see a post on Facebook, hit the like button. It helps us get exposure and help spread the word. We're Facebook/BowlNBT. We're YouTube/BowlNBT. And of course, we have everything on the BowlNBT website, bowlnbt.com. We did get all the second week standings and the second week videos, although we're making some changes to that as well. So right now it's just a typical video player, but we're going to break that out so that you can click on any game on any pair. So if you only want to see the 4th game on lanes 5 and 6, you can see that. You're not going to have to scroll for it. It's going to be searchable.
Nice.
So we're working that database out. Eventually it'll be to where you can just click on a bowler's name and see everything that they've bowled.
Wow.
You won't even have to search, but that's a lot of database management. And right now we're just kind of working the structure of the website out, trying to get, you know, everything laid out the way we want it, and then we're going to put the back end in. So I appreciate it. We're going to keep the 8 up for a while, and then, like I said, Jason, if you see something you want Thomas to cut to, Thomas is back in the control room, and he'll put you on whatever pair you want with scoring. So I appreciate the job you're doing. I'm sorry that we tied your hands for the first game. It was brutal, but we got through it.
Give me a chance to loosen up the vocal cords and that. So.
There you go. Yeah, but we got it, and I do appreciate the job you're doing. And if you need anything, just yell back to Thomas, and I'll come out and help you out.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
All right. Thomas, if we can get actually lanes 7 and 8 up, we got Jason Schaefer on the front 9 here. Look at that. Jason Schaefer shot 279 game 1. Can max out for 300 here. Brian Jones up in the right lane. Little like Shaker 10. Spare and strike will leave him with shoot 244. Other front 300 run unfortunately ended in the 9th frame there. Jason Schaefer with the front 10 on lanes 7 and 8 here at Cave Springs lanes. Looks like he's going to take a re-rack on the lane 7. Didn't like something he saw there, and by all means, take your time with it. So Brian Jones covers the temp in here. Oh, John Solero over on lanes 11, just there at the top right. I'm going to pick with Drew Church, 4 of the 5. Jason Schaefer, 11th from here. Bangs another one in there. Front 11. As far as I know, I could be wrong on this, but I don't believe we've had any 300s so far in the Bowling T sweepers, but I could be wrong on that. Meanwhile, Michael Hottie shot a nice 290. Very quiet 290. So here we are. Lane 7 and 8, game number 2. Jason Schaefer after shooting 279 game 1. Front 11, going for 300. Looks pretty good. And gets the 7 out for 300. Jason Schaefer. On lanes 11, 12, and fill up in the 10th here for 277. This is 13 pin short of Michael Hottie's score on that pair. Once again, what a nice impressive 300 game from Jason Schaefer here. Also, 23 to 24 strikes. No, sorry. We went spare 9-bagger, and then spare. So 9 plus 12 is 21. This is why we don't do math on stream. Solid 9 for Benny Graham. Shoots 235, not too bad. Davis gets that second one in the 10th here. Kick shot at 206. Chase Rhodes gets the first one in the 10th. Strikeout at 213. There we go. So it looks like we are finishing up game number 2 here.
And then where they move.
So there was James Schumann who had the front 8 there in game number 2 on lanes 15 and 16. Looks like he shot 260 if I'm 250, 260. I can't quite tell, unfortunately. Looks like we got about 1, 2, 3, 4 bowlers left to finish game number 2, and we'll be starting game number 3 shortly here. Schaefer on lane 10 there at the bottom left. Just keeps going. It's 13 in a row for the counting. Michael Hottie, who had 290 that last game as well, in the same pair, gets the 7-10 to fall. Wow. Oof. Here's a nice look. Looking down at the bowlers. Carl Wilson we saw there for a moment. Trying to see all the names. Now I got sheets in front of me, so that's going to help out a lot. Here, on lane 7 and 8 starts out with a strike here. Much. So it looks like everyone should be starting game number 3 shortly here. Got the last 2 pairs complete, so hopefully get a score update soon. We do know that Mr. Jason Schaefer is leading it definitely at 579. And if he's not, I'm surprised, but he is, so. Michael Hottie with a 13 bagger of his own. Jones on the top right, second from the right there. Gets all 10 to fall on the first shot. Is game number 3. Gettle up on 5 and 6. And second from the right. A little high, comes in, leaves a 6-10, but the 10 falls late. Ooh, that's a weird tap there for Steve. Steve Braun on lane 10 there. 4-9, but the 4 got moved over. Not sure if it makes it a little bit easier or a little bit harder. It looks a little bit back, actually, so definitely looks a lot harder in my opinion. See if he can give us a slide. Oh, very close. Terry Jones, Hall of Famer, up on lane number 8 here. Gets all 10 to fall. Bottom left corner of your screen is 9 and 10. Michael Hottie is up on the left lane here. It's a little inside, and there's a flat 10 there. Jason Schaefer now on the right lane, lane 10. Gets that one inside a little bit. Picks out the 8 there late for opening 3-bagger. Michael Hottie covers his 10 pin there. I was talking to Brian Jones earlier. Brian said the lanes seemed to be a little bit tighter from the past few weeks. So the past few weeks I felt like last time we bowled wasn't too tight, but definitely felt good to be outside personally in the lanes, playing up on the first, second arrow. And they just kind of transitioned really badly game 6 for me. They said they're a little bit tighter, and he's not playing a full, he's not giving it much of a bend, but definitely seems to be giving a little belly around the second arrow there. Definitely seeing a lot of stronger bowling balls going down the lanes tonight. Tim Kern just recently switched to motive staff. Fortunately left a pocket 710 there on lane number 2. He's very deep inside. He's actually in front of the ball return already. Aaron Orange showing a different style as well in lane 7, playing more up the boards. He's getting a strike there, starting with strike, spare, strike. Terry Jones with the front 3. And Michael Hottie back on the strike. And the strike train after leaving that flat 10 in third. So far, a couple 3-baggers, a couple 2-baggers start for games. Early into game number 3 here. Alan Casanova starts with the front 4. Rodney Coates up on lane number 8 in the top right corner there. A little bit wily is the bucket. Terry Jones, front 3. looked a little wide, a little firm, honestly, for leaving a 3.56. Jason Schaefer just keeps striking. Front 4. Good cover on the bucket there for Rodney. Going away from it, unfortunately, probably not the way he intended to pick the spare, but he got it. So that's all that matters. Marcus Spare in the box. Terry Jones covers his spare. Go down to lanes 9 and 10. Michael Hottie. He's getting up in the 5th frame. Double 9 spare strike. Max out at 279. It's a little early to start talking about max scores, I feel like. Especially in game number 3 of a 6-game sweeper here. Steve Hahn got that 4 pin to kick out of the 4-9 this time for him. And he covers the 9 pin there. Michael Hottie with a strike there. Double. Terry Jones gets that one a little inside and leaves the 6-10 there on lane 8. And the run comes to end at 16 for Jason Schaefer, leaving the 2.47. Kind of looks like it flossed off his hand there. Allen casting over front 6 on lanes 7 and 8. Rodney Coates unfortunately chopping the 3-6-10 there. Derek Matson with a nice 4-9 cover. 238 max out after if he shoots from the 6 frame on. Michael Hottie. Another strike. Terry Jones's ball looks like it's picking up a little bit now on lane 7 and 8. Jason Schaefer was on that pair. Derek Matson was on that pair, so 2 other lefties Terry's more of a stroker type player, so doesn't have as much hook, but definitely is as much hook as Jason Schaefer, but definitely can still play inside if he needs to. It just looks like it's picking up just a hair early for him. He's looking to make a change here in his 7th frame after covering the spare in the 6th. And Alan Casanova front 7 now. Raymond Davis getting a nice little late 10-pin to fall there for 3-bagger after an open in the 3rd.
Deadwood on 16, Deadwood 16.
That looked better there from Terry Jones. Looks like he kind of brought everything inside a little bit and just put a little more hold on it. And Michael Hottie. Double 9 spare 4-bagger through 7. On lanes 9 and 10. Looks like Sean Beebe's got the front 5 on lanes 13 and 14. And those are the only 2 runs at perfection so on game number 3. Sean Beebe lane 13 and Alan Casanova on lane 9 or lane 10, 7 and 8, excuse me. Here we are on lane 7 and 8, Rodney Coates. 119 in the 6th, spare up on the 7th. Oof. Oh, and get out of there, Mr. 9-pin. That was a nice little friendly messenger for Mr. Coates. Alan Casanova here on lane number 7. Front 7 as Chase Rhodes picks up the 5-6 there on lanes. Excuse me, picks up the 6-7 on lane 5. Alan Casanova asset that fell off. Oh, comes in a little high, leaves the 3-6-10. He covers the spare very nicely. 277 left. The strike in the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 12th. Definitely a fan, personally, of this crossing style. With the left lane moving left and the right lane moving right. Provides for some interesting combinations of bowlers. It doesn't mean you're going to follow the same people consistently. By that is if you're always moving X amount of pairs to the right. So most tournaments, let's just say in a full house of 32 lanes, you move 2 pairs to the right. Well, you're always going to follow those same bowlers for X amount of games. There may be one game where it's like, oh, we need to go one pair instead of two. So there's the difference in that, but for the most part, with the left lane moving left, the right lane moving right, yes, you're going to hit some of the same people. You're going to be following the same people on the left lane, but the right lane's going to change. So you've got some difference in who you're following. I kind of like that personally. So Michael Hottie, another strike there in the 8th. Jason Schaefer, after 7 spare, 9 spare in the 5th and 6th, up in the 7th. Or excuse me, up in the 8th after a strike in the 7th. Alan Casanova, unfortunately, gets 3 out of 4 in that 6 count. Still maxed out at 252. And Mr. Schaefer's back on train there with a double in the 7th and 8th. Michael Hottie, excuse me, sorry. Jeremy Long. Slowly getting up there. 117 in the 6th. Spare up in the 7th. Strikes in the 8th there. Terry Jones looked like he made a ball change. Looks to be the Rotogrip UC3 Rubicon, which is a urethane style ball. I know that's a hot topic, urethane, but throw whatever you want. I don't care. Covers the spare on the 8th, or in the 9th, excuse me. Max out at 218. Alan Casanova, after a 7 spare, 6-3, has 222, 252 max here. And Sean Beebe down on lanes 13 and 14 so far, front 7. Keep an eye on his score. Get that one a little high for Alan Casanova, leaves the 610. Michael Hottie just keeps striking. Well, yeah, I saw his 2 games. Yeah, I know they're on the same pair. 243, 290 for Michael Hottie so far, so he's at 133 over. Could also have that last number wrong, but 130-ish, so. Jason Schaefer gets the 7 out late there. So max out at 266. So shortly go to lanes 9 and 10 to watch Michael Hottie and Jason Schaefer finish up their 10th frames. Both looking to go 200 over for the first 3 games. 800 series. Meanwhile, Sean Beebe is now up on lanes 13 and 14, front 7. Kyle Smith looks to be, Kyle Smith's shooting at, chops the 4 off the 4-7. A little bit of a rough game for him here, 119 in the 8th. Sean Beebe up on lane 14. Front 7. Playing too much angle, but gets all 10 to fall there. Throwing it really well from what I can see. Jake Gens, who's, I believe he made the top 8 the first week. Don't remember the second week. He was up there. And now we go to lanes 9 and 10 shortly, as both Michael Hottie and Jason Schaefer are on 260 plus max scores. Both can go 200 over here. Looks like Michael Hottie will be going first on lane 10. He's throwing a 900 global ball. I think it's one of the one of the Badgers. Don't know which one. It's pink. Just leaves a little bit of a flat 10. Still max out for 250. Go about 190-ish over. No, you can still probably go 200 over 68. Oh, and Jason Schaefer. Can it? No. Leaves a flat 7 there. Messenger said nope. So he'll shoot 245 if he spare strikes. Dylan Zimmerman down on lanes 3 and 4. Spare 5-bagger. Up in lane 7. Or up in the 7th, excuse me. As Schaefer covers his spare. So max out at 250 or 245 for Schaefer. Hottie will be maxing out at 258. .258 for Michael Hottie does put him a little bit to a 1 over. So nice little 3-game start. Mr. Schaefer looks like he's making a ball change. Comes in a little light there, leaves a 3.5, but 243, nothing to sneeze at. Nice little 8. That's why we don't do math on stream, folks. 810, 820, something like that. 79, 43, 822. A little 822 to start. Raymond Davis looks like he can max out at 227. Jeremy Long, Raymond Davis can max out at 216, but unfortunately this leaves a 367 ton split there. And Jeremy Long is the one who can max out at 237. Sean Beebe up on lanes 13 and 14. Front 8. Oh, and gets the 9 to fall late. With a little inside, but nice break there to cover, to get all, to get all 10 to fall there. Dylan Zimmerman down on lanes 3 and 4, as I said, spare 6-bagger. Working in the 8th frame right now. He'll be coming up on lane number 4. It's all 10 to fall. Good shot there for Mr. Zimmerman. like John Solario. It's possible 2:47 left on lanes 13 and 14. He gets to throw in the 11th. I think it's a strike there. Lanes 1 and 2. A couple big strings down there as well. Looks like Josh McLean just left a big 4, unfortunately. Looks like Dwayne Johnson was the other bowler. Looks like he can max out at 260, if I'm 260-ish. Can't see the full number here, but nice game for him there. Unfortunately, Josh McLean chops 6 off the 10 there. Looks to be about 230, 57, 60, 30, yeah, 230-ish. Sean Beebe coming up very shortly here on lanes 13 and 14. He's on the front 9 looking for another round number for the evening, be 300. Dylan Zerman did get the hit in the 9th there. Can still max out at 290. Lanes 13 and 14 is where our attention are drawn right now. Kyle Smith on the left lane, as I said, having a little bit of a rough game. Max out at 168, unfortunately, but does have a double, so in the 160s now. But all eyes on Sean Beebe. Lane 14 here. Front 9 strikes, looking for 10 in a row. Fell off a little bit there. Oh, and Mr. Ninepin says not this time, unfortunately. The bowling gods are cruel sometimes. They take and give real quick. So, but spare strike for 279, nothing, not too bad there. The only other big game that I can see right now is Dylan Zerman down on lanes 3 and 4. Luke Pearl actually as well. Looks like he's got 250 left or so. Yeah, 250 left or so on lanes 3 and 4 as well. There's a nice little carry there for Jason Boliter, excuse me. Shot 235 that game. We'll go down to lanes 3 and 4. Luke Pearl's getting up in the 10th frame here. 256 left for Luke Pearl. And then right after him, Dylan Zerman on the spare 8-bagger. Good shot, gets that paralyzer 5 to fall. I was talking with Luke a little bit earlier during practice. He was kind of struggling a little bit, and he was like, what am I doing? And he was pulling every shot to the left. And the thing that he told me I told him right away was slow your feet down. That's one of the biggest signs I see when a bowler is missing to the left is that their feet are fast. So he got his feet slow and bowled a couple good games so far from what I could tell. He's in the 240s right now. A little fell off the balance there, but gets that 10 to fall late. So he can max out at 256. And that is Steve Knipp, excuse me. Has 177 left if he strikes here. Luke Pearl. That one a little inside, but man, when you're throwing it good, you feel like you have the whole world sometimes. So 256 for Luke Pearl. Very nice game there. Steve Knipp finishing up his game. Strike for 177. Very down and in player. It's a little high, comes in, leaves a 4-pin. Dylan Zimmerman, as I said, spare 8-bagger. A knife frame here. Oof. Looks like he got that one just a hair wide early, in my opinion, and comes screaming off that spot there. Leaves him a 9-pin, almost got tripped out there, but still could shoot 269 max. He had a big game earlier as well. If I remember game 1, he had like 250 something, so cover the 9-pin. He does. Has a McKendree shirt on. I believe he does bowl out at McKendree University. So we're getting bowlers started for game number 4. Michael Hottie on lane 7 and 8 strikes. He's about, as I said, about 200 over or so. Jason Schaefer is on lanes 11 and 12. And he started with a strike as well. Dylan Zimmerman did finish with 267 there. So not too bad so far. Slowly getting everyone started for game number 4 of this 6-game qualifying. Perry Jones looks like he made another ball change. This to be that white hot badger, if I know correctly. On lanes 9 and 10. It starts with a strike there. Sean Beebe after his front 9. It's up on lanes 11 and 12. And starts off with a strike there. So it looks like all 8 pairs are now into game number 4. Starting to see some transition from what I can tell so far from some of the players who are playing inside. Seems to be going, the ball seems to be going just a hair longer. You're going to start seeing maybe some 210s, 2 8-10 combinations. And then for the left-handers, because the right-handers have gotten in so far already in their laydown area, they're going to have to make some adjustments as well. Kevin Noakes here on lanes 9 and 10 in front of me. Starts with a spare strike. Sally Casanova starts strike spare. Sean Noakes. Start with a strike in frame 1. Gets the 8-10 to fall late there. Looks to possibly be a Black Widow Ghost. Judging by the hammer shirt would be my thought. See if I can get a look at it as it comes out of the ball return. Terry Jones is on that pair as well. Start with a strike in frame 1. Gets a double there in game 2. Yes, it was the Black Widow Ghost. Aaron Orange made a ball change from what I remember end of game 3. Ball looked like it hooked a little bit more, but it was a cleaner ball. It looked to be that Electrify from Storm. There's a shaker 7 there. So maybe the right ball on that pair. Paired of 7 and 8. Topography is a very fickle beast sometimes because every lane is not flat, purely flat, but so we'll see some things. Some bowlers change equipment depending on the pair, depending on the cross. There's many different things. Covers that spare there. Casey Gettle up here on lanes 7 and 8 in front of us. Spare strike to start. Gets the 10 to fall late there, so a double. After the spare in the first. Once again, if you're watching us on YouTube, we ask you to give us a try and hit that subscribe button for us. YouTube.com/BowlMBT. Also, like our posts on Facebook, Facebook.com/BowlMBT. And as well, you can find all the standings for the overall sweeper series at BowlMBT.com. Chase Rhodes with an early break. In frame 2 gets a double going on lanes 3 and 4. Quentin White, lanes 5 and 6, starts with an early 3-bagger. Tim Kern with a 3-bagger as well on lanes 15 and 16. And Jason Bolletter, spare double on lanes 7 and 8 here. Michael Hottie up here on lanes 7 and 8 in front of me. Start with a 3-bagger. Looks to be throwing the same ball from what I can see. Meanwhile, Steve Hahn is on the left lane. Looks like he's throwing a motive ball. The Venom, or one of the Venoms, I'm not sure which one. I think it's a 3-9-10. Put Michael Hottie here on the front 3. Looks like he gave that one a hair loft, kind of maybe stuck on his hand a little bit. A little inside, leaves a 2-8 double wood. Just next to him on 9 and 10, Terry Jones has a 4-bagger. Got a little late crumbling 5-7 type shot. Michael Hottie covers that double wood. Thomas Valero had the front three, leaves a 4-pin on lanes 15 and 16. Casey Gettle gets the third one in a row there in the fourth. Terry Jones gets another wall shot to carry on lanes 9 and 10 for a 5-bagger. And on lanes 15 and 16, Tim Kern's getting ready to get up after Josh McLean shoots at his 310. He's working on the front four himself. Casey Gettle did cover, or did strike in the fifth, so spare 4-bagger for her. Here's Jason Schaefer, strike spare 3-bagger for max of 280. He said he's about 220 over, if I remember correctly. But Tim Kern on lanes 15 and 16, front four so far. You'll see him on the right side of your screen here. Came in a little high, leaves the 610. Derek Madsen, leaves a solid 8 on that shot there. Yeah, if you're just joining us, this is game number 4 of the week 3 bowling tee sweeper at Case Springs Lanes. My name is Jason Woolham. Hope you're having a good evening. Terry Jones here right in front of me, lanes 9 and 10, front 5. Getting up to shoot his 6th frame so far. And that's 6 in a row for Mr. Terry Jones. Rodney Coates looks like to have 290 left as well. Terry Jones so far is the only one with a shot at perfection. Michael Hottie starts 3-bagger, 8 spare, 8 spare. Leaves a shake, kind of a blower 7-10, gets a 7 out late here. Spare will put him at 115 in the 5th with a spare up and be able to max out at 255. And Michael Huddy does cover that 10-pin. Alan Chamberlain looks like he had made a ball change frame 4 or 5 from what I could tell. Switched back to his ball he was using originally. And has gone double so far. A 97 in the 5th to max out at 247. Casey Gettle on lane 7 and 8. Spare 4-bagger up in the 6th. Comes in a little high, leaves a 4-pin. And Jason Schaefer has strike spare 4-bagger as well. Max out at 280. Terry Jones, bottom left of your screen on lanes 9 and 10. Little light, carries the 10. Front 7 for Mr. Terry Jones. Casey does cover that spare. Rodney Coates on lanes 5 and 6 has spare 5-bagger himself. Getting up in frame number 7. As we take a look at lanes 9 and 10. This is Sean Noakes. Sean 92 in the 5th, spare in the 6th. Nice shot there from Sean. Gives himself a little celebration. Well done, Sean. Here on lanes 11 and 12, Sean Beebe. Strike spare, double spare. 89 in the 4th. Working in the 6th frame. Got that one a little wide, leaves it 210. And meanwhile, Raymond Davis shooting at the 6-7-10 on that pair. Had 107 in the 5th. Raymond chops the 6 off the 10 there for an open frame. Oof. And Sean gets the 1, gets the 2-pin. Excuse me, Sean Beebe had 107 in the 5th and 116. Raymond Davis is currently struggling in this game. He's at 63 in the 6th. My apologies. As Michael Hottie back on lane 7 and 8, gets back on the strike. Looks like he's making a ball change, taking away that 1 ball he was using earlier. And Terry Jones comes in a little high, leaves the 2-4. So his run of perfection is over for this game. Casey Gettle up on lane 7 and 8. As I said, start with a spare, 4-bagger, 9 spare. Max out at 269. Looks a little inside. Yeah, just looked a little inside to me, but leaves the 10 pin. And Jason Schaefer striking the 7th. Terry Jones did cover his spare, so he can max out at 278. Halfway through game 4 here at Cave Springs Lanes. And the Bowl MBT Week 3 sweeper. Casanova got that one a little wide on lane 10 and left the light 2-pin. And Sean Beebe leaves another 9-pin on lane 11. Looks like transition is getting a lot of the bowlers this game. 279 looks to be the 280, excuse me, looks to be the max I see so far, and that's Jason Schaefer down lanes 11 and 12. Quentin White is on 5 and 6 right now. 159 in the 7th, spare up in the 8th, excuse me. Max out at 239 here. Aaron Orange is on that pair as well. Quentin comes in a little wide, comes in a little high and leaves the 4-6-7. Terry Jones unfortunately leaves a blower 7-10 on lane 10. Aaron Orange strikes in the foundation 9th frame. Max out at 259, which will be a huge game this game from what I'm seeing from everyone. Jason Schaefer gets a little light bucket crumble or carry for 6 in a row in the 8th. Michael Hottie did make a ball change. Looks to be that Idle Helios from Rotogrip. He's got 135 in the 6th, but double in the 7th and 8th. Max out at 255, so that'd be a huge game as well. Terry Jones did get one of the 2 in game number in the 7-10 there. So he'll max out at 255 with strikes in the 10th. And Casey Gettle, it's a nice little carry on the 10-pin there. Up to that flat 10 in the 7th. She can max out at 258. Looks to be about one of those games a pair right now from what I can see. And John Solario down on lanes 15 and 16. Looks like he has 3 strikes, 3 spares, 3 strikes. We'll max out at 240-ish. No, excuse me, 250-ish as well. Jason Schaefer now getting up on lanes 11 and 12. Strike, spare, 6-bagger, working in the 9th frame. Splits the 8-9 for 7 in a row. Michael Hottie comes in a little high on lanes 7 and 8, leaves a 4-pin. And Terry Jones, after his 8 spare in the 8th, and pocket 7-10 in the 9th, 225, max out for 255 here in the 10th frame on lanes 9 and 10. Looked a little soft off his hand. Leaves a 4-7, a little high 4-7. Michael Hottie did cover his spare, so he has a chance to max out at 234. Dylan Zimmerman down on lanes 1 and 2. He's throwing in the 9th frame. Leaves a 9-pin. Looks like he was on a 2 or 3-bagger himself after double spare, double spare. Terry Jones chops 4 off the 7, shoots 234 that game. As we see now, the score is scrolling down to the bottom. Dylan Zimmerman, was at 728 after 3. Zach Lungwitz is at 727. I think these are last week's scores, if I'm correct, because I don't remember Zach bowling. Michael Hottie is definitely higher than 722 right now, so apologies for that. Up on lanes 11 and 12, Jake Gentz gets the wall shot to carry there. Max out at 221. Sean Beebe's up here as well. 136 in the 7th. Strikeout for 226 himself. John Solero got the second hit in the 10th. Looks like he can shoot, he'll max higher than 250s. Sean Beebe gets all 10 to fall there. Lane's 11. Jake Gentz got the second hit in the 10th. Jason Schaefer coming up on lanes 11 and 12 now. Strike, spare, 7-bagger. Max out at 280. Just unbelievable. Getting a few breaks, but throwing it really well. Nice 5-step approach. As I said, you just need some breaks sometimes. Gets the 6 to carry there. Left-hander's best friends, the trip 6. Michael Hottie on lanes 7 and 8 here. That ball came up. That ball checked real early for him. At least another 4-pin. He had gotten the first hit in the 10th. Can shoot 224 now with a spare. And Casey Gettle had split in the 9th. She's going to take a re-rack because there's not all 10 pins there. So Michael Hottie covers the 4-pin for 224. Casey Gettle here on lane number 7. Gets a strike there. 8-pin to fall last. She can max out at 226 now. Jason Schaefer did get the second one in the 10th. He could shoot 280. Casey Gala leaves almost a 7-9, 7 falls late, leaves a 9-pin. Jason Schaefer did strike in the field ball for 280. As I said, he's about very close to 300 over, if not 300 over. Casey covers the spare, 216 for her. Lanes 3 and 4, Benny Graham is getting up in the 10th frame here. Looks like he's got a couple spare strikes, but he's on the 3-bagger in the end here. He can shoot 256, excuse me. And Dwayne Johnson has his fill ball left for 246 himself. Comes in a little, comes in high for Benny, leaves a 4-6 split. Does cover one of them. Finish with 222. Bowlers are finishing up game number 4 here. Cave Springs Lanes, week number 3 sweeper, Bull MBT of the Bull MBT series. My name is Jason Woolham. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Sean Beebe with the first hit in the 10th there. He can shoot 226 this game on lanes 11 and 12. And Chase Rhodes down on lanes 3 and 4 as well. He had 96 in the 5th. And strikes in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Gets the second one in the 10th there. So he can max out at 240. And Brian Biaggi look like he's throwing his fill ball. Gets 9, looks to be about 203 for him. Yep, 203. Chase Rhodes throwing his final shot in this game. Comes in a little light shaker 7 and just gives his opinion on that 7-pin. So it looks like we got one bowler left, Sean Beebe. Max out at 226 here. Oof. Wrap 10 there. 225. Not too bad this game, to be honest. There's a couple 230s, 1 or 2 240s. No, I have not gotten any standings, unfortunately. I think they're at the desk. I know that. Or they were last time, so. I do know that Jason Schaefer's leading. That's all I can tell you. It's about all I can tell you right now. Get game number 5 here underway. Nice little shot of all the bowlers from lanes 1 to 16. I want to thank Cave Springs Lanes for hosting us again. The entire Bull MBT crew. Once again, if you give us a follow subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button, youtube.com/bowlinbt, as well as like our posts on Facebook, facebook.com/bowlinbt. And all standings for the Super Series will be coming to bowlinbt.com. As we get underway, game number 5 of 6. Bowlers have made their way to their new lanes. Seeing a couple bowlers now lofting the gutter cap. Kyle Smith is on lane 1 and 2. Tim Kern, who's now on lanes 13 and 14. He's getting up on the left lane here shortly. On lanes 13 and 14. He's very, very, very far left. He's been left pretty much since the word go, which is fine. Everyone plays to their own strengths. Pretty much every bowler has started game number 5. I think I finally got a look at the ball that Sean Beebe had switched to. And I want to get a look as it comes out of the ball return, but it's definitely an older ball if I'm not mistaken. Right there in the first frame. Quentin White loft on the gutter cap as well. Lane 8 gets a strike. Start strike, open strike. Yeah, that is a Brunswick C System 3.5. That's probably 12 years old at this point. So keep your equipment in good shape. You can throw it as long as you want until it breaks in that. So could have also been a thing you had to do in box and save. So lanes 7 and 8. We have Kevin Noakes started with a split in the first, strike in the second. He's up on lane number 7. And Steve Knips on lane number 8. He started with a double. And Kevin Noakes pointing to the left. Ball went Brooklyn. He got the strike. There we go. Now we've got standings showing. Jeremy Long in third, 739. Dylan Zimmerman in fourth, at 728. This is after 3 games. Luke Pearl, as I mentioned earlier, you're talking in practice, he was having some issues. 228, 243, 256 for 727 so far. Dwayne Johnson in sixth. 238, 215, 269 for 722. Jake Gens is in seventh after 3, 715. Dirk Madsen in 8th place right now after 3 games with a 703. Steve Knipp, who's up here on lanes 7 and 8, as I mentioned, had a really good start. 257, 267, a little struggle there in game number 3, 176. He's at 700 after 3 games. But he started with the front 3 this game. James Schumann in 10th, 696 after 3. Sean Beebe, 223, 187, 279, 689 after 3. He'd shot 220 something if I remember correctly, so he's at 100 over now. Jason Schaefer on lanes 13 and 14, 3-bagger, to start his game. Those scores will be scrolling by for us down at the bottom here when we're on the 8 pair. Casey Gettle with a strike, spare, strike. Start. Michael Hottie. Strike, spare, strike, strike. He's through 4 frames now. Jake Gens started spare double now. He's on lanes 9 and 10. I'll try and see if we can watch Tim Curran. As I mentioned, he had been playing left since the word go. He's definitely in front of the ball return on lanes 13 and 14. I definitely want to show that because I'm jealous. I mean, I can loft the ball return. I have lofted the ball, or I'm sorry, I have lofted the gutter, excuse me. I've lofted the right gutter, you know, onto the lane. So like playing the one board, but you know, that's different. Yeah, 791 for Hottie after 3. We had 220 last game. So far, through 4 frames, we got a couple starts of perfection. Aaron Orange on lanes 3 and 4. He's getting up to 4th. He continues his streak, 4 in a row. And that is Shane Stromat, who has 28 in the second with a strike in the third. A little inside, leaves a 2-5 for him. Ooh, Sean Beebe, though. 4-10 in the third frame for him, his run of perfection to start. Lanes 13 and 14. Tim Curran is getting up now. He'll be on the right lane, but he'll be standing in front of the ball return. Unless he's changed his approach, but I don't think he has. As well, Jason Schaefer, who's on the front 3, is there. He is putting one heck of a performance here. And another trip 6. That is just impressive. I mean, he's throwing great shots. You got to get some breaks, but he was throwing some great shots. So here's Tim Curran. Almost, probably his left foot is in the right gutter, technically, of lane 13. Watch this. That's impressive. Thank you, Tim. James Schumann, lanes 9 and 10, is in front of us here. Has a starting with the front 3. Looks like he's throwing a phase 3 from Storm. He's still throwing pretty direct there. Has a front 4 now. Good shot, James. Looking down lanes 1 and 2, Brian Jones is on the front 5. He'll be up shortly. Casey Gettle covers the split that she had. She strikes fair, strikes spare so far through 4. Stephen Knit, after his 7 spare in the 4th, has a double now. He's got 277 left. Brian Jones is coming up on lanes 1 and 2 now. He's on the front 5. So he'll be up on lane 2 here shortly. Jason Schaefer keeps striking, front 5 for him. Chase Rhodes is shooting at a 10-pin, which he covers. Looks like Brian, yeah, he's throwing a different ball than he has. He's on ball number 3 from what I know. Way wide. Gets them all to fall there. I don't think he wanted to get it that far. He gets to the little shark. I didn't think he wanted to get it that far right, but hey, a strike's a strike. Kind of on the scoreboard. So front 6 for him. Front 5 for Jason Schaefer. Front 4 for James Schumann. Michael Hottie, who's up there as well in our standings. Strike, spare, double spare, strike. He's got 109 in the 5th. I think max had 250. $259, excuse me. James Schumann gets that one a little wide. Gives it the nonchalant. It's fine. Definitely had a lot standing there, but got it all to carry. He has the front 5 himself. Brian Jones comes in high, leaves a big 4 on lanes 1 and 2 after the front 6 start. Yeah, it definitely looks like the oil has carried down. We're needing a lot more, probably cleaner equipment. Stuff with less surface, maybe a little polish, pearl, that kind of stuff, maybe a hybrid. It always depends on the bowler, to be honest. I mean, I've had times where I can throw some solid stuff late, I can throw pearl stuff late, I can throw solid stuff early, pearl stuff early, doesn't matter. Just depends on your game and how you feel, and if you're matching up properly. So Tim Curran, once again, lanes 13 and 14 here. Yeah, he is now definitely in the right gutter of lane 13. Way right, covering 39. Good. He's like, that was close. Leaves the soft 10. It's not too bad. Jason Schaefer here, front 5. Comes in a little high, doesn't get the friendly 6-pin to fall. So his run is over at perfection. So I think the only one so far left is James Schumann on lanes 9 and 10. On lanes 5 and 6 here, we've got Dwayne Johnson. 59 in the third triple. Nice shot for him. And Michael Hottie covers his Sperry's at 239 max after 7. Kevin Noakes started with an open in the first frame. Has the next 7. Nice turnaround there. That's how you rebound after the opens, folks. That's how bowling. That's how bowling in tournaments and such works. It's not only the physical game; it's the mental game. The mental game is so much more hard, so much harder than the physical game, in my opinion. Casey Gettle gets off the Dutch 200 pace, the double in the 6th. James Schumann up on lanes 9 and 10 has the front 5. We'll see if he can get the 10th, or 6th, excuse me. And he did. Nice shot there for James. So he's got the front 6. Clint Hewer, looks like he's got 280 left on lanes 3 and 4, working in the 9th frame. It's coming up now on that right lane. As well, Rodney Coates. Here is Shane, or excuse me. Here's Shane Stroman, or excuse me, Clint Hewer. Strikes spare 6-bagger. I think that's 7. So next 7 there for him. Kevin Noakes' end, or string run, stops at 7 as well. Or fortunately, left the 6-pin on a high shot. He'll take the spare hopefully. Rodney Coates looking to cover up the 4-pin here on lane 3. And Aaron Orange as well. He's got 279 left. 4-bagger spare, 9 spare, excuse me. Jason Schaefer left a split. Fortunately in the 7th. I think that's his first open tonight. See how he rebounds after that. Aaron Orange did get that strike in the 9th. So he's got 4-bagger, 9 spare, 4-bagger. Brian Johnson's made a nice recovery after his big 4 in the 7th. He's got a double, so he could max out at 260 in the 260s. Casey Gettle up here on lane 7. Hardest thing of a shoot after stopping the Dutch 200 game is getting that strike on the lane. You've been striking every time on. Didn't see how she left that 10 pin, but she unfortunately misses it. James Schumann on the front 6 here. We're working in the 7th. Oh, ring 10. That was a good shot from James there. Clint Hewer, unfortunately, didn't get the first strike in the 10, so he'll be in the 250s with a spare strike. He does cover that spare. Kevin Oakes on lane 7 and 8 in the far right corner. After that spare on the 9th, gets that first hit in the 10th. Max out at 257. Be a nice game. Michael Hottie gets a second strike in a row on lane 5 and 6. He can max out at 239. Steve Hahn is on that pair as well. He's got 262 left. And Jason Schaefer did strike in the 8th there. So looks to see he's back on it. Back on lanes 3 and 4, Aaron Orange after the first hit in the 10th. Max out at 279. He's in the 260s right now. Oh, solid 10. Good shot from him there. He should cover that one up. Brian Jones up in your top left now. First shot in the 10th. Gets the wall shot to carry. So he's in the 250s now. White here, finishing up his 10th frame. Finished with 233 with a strike here. A little high, comes in, loses a 4-pin, 232 for him. Terry Jones covers a washout on lane 12. He's got 248 left. Brian Jones did get the second strike in the 10th. Finishes with a 2.8 there. It looks like to be 260 if I remember correctly. Good game for him. Michael Hottie, first shot in the 10th here. He finished with 239 with a strike. Striking out. Gets the first hit in the 10th. And James Schumann did get that rebound strike in the 8th after his front 6-9 spare. The score is thrown across the screen now after 4 games. Jacob Gens is sitting in 7th, Johnson Larry in 6th. 5 pins separating those two. Luke Pearl in 8th. Line 29, 230 average. Derek Matson sitting in 9th. At 919. Michael Hottie comes in high, leaves a 6-10 in the second shot in the 10th. Sean Beebe, who had 914 in 10th place right now. Terry Jones showing his resilience. Strikes in the 8th. Max out at 248. That's Jim Wagner on the right lane there. 103 in the 6th. Finish out at 223. Comes in a little light, leaves at 2.5. Michael Heide did cover that spare, so 227 for him. Bowlers are finishing up game number 5 of 6. Terry Jones sitting in 14th place, 891. Quentin White sitting in 15th place at 887. 38 bowlers out here tonight for week 3 sweeper of the Bowling BT series. My name is Jason Woolen. Give us a follow. Hit that subscribe button. YouTube.com/bowlingbt. Go ahead and like our posts on Facebook. Facebook.com/bowlingbt as well. All our updated standings should be shortly up after each sweeper on bowlingbt.com. Steve Hahn, 878. Benny Graham in 18th place, 876. Casey got a little 19th after 4. Coming along. Up on lanes 5 and 6, had 246 left. There's a 4-6, broke up the split. He finished with a 224. Jason Schaefer is up on lanes 13 and 14 in his 10th frame. As well, Josh McLean is on that pair as well. He's finishing his 10th frame. He's sitting in 20th. Comes in high, leaves a 6-9. Jason Schaefer, front 5, 9 spare split. Finished with 255 if he sheets, strikes out here. Comes in a little high, gets the lovely kick on number 6.
I'm gonna go down there and ask him what the lottery numbers are gonna be, man.
No, I don't.
If I see it, I'll let you know.
Jim Wagner in 25th. Chase Rhodes 26th right now. Jason Schaefer getting up in the 10th, or second shot in the 10th. Giveth, taketh. I mean, it's just the way bowling goes. You just get a nice break, carry the 6-pin, and then 10-pin says, nope, we're going to stand. So you can spare that for 244. Excuse me. What she does. Terry Jones up in the 9th frame here. Didn't like it. Stood up right away. Leaves a 247.
So how you doing, Jason?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Well, we've encountered more problems. It's nothing but technical problems, but it's awesome. We just push through, you know?
Yeah.
So you talked about how the scoring system, we move, left lane moves left, right lane moves right. So we have a new software that actually ties into this scoring system so that it automatically puts the bowlers' names in as they move.
Okay.
And it's also what's giving us our standings. Well, we had a problem with it the first week where it wasn't actually putting the names, it wasn't talking to itself right. So we were on with tech support, we got it all working, but now it's not exporting the data properly. So it exports the data of scoring, but they're not putting them in order. It's in a random order. So we finally, we're just taking it, putting it into Excel, doing some manipulation and getting everything, right.
Yeah.
And you saw that we put up some names from the previous week
Yeah.
because we had several different test folders and we were testing it, and I put the data in with the old names instead of the
Gotcha.
new. So it's just a comedy of errors, but we're pushing through. The bowlers are having fun, and
There you go.
we made a little progress. We did get the ticker working,
Yep.
and we have the automated scoring yet to do, and I don't know if we're going to get to it tonight, to be honest. We've only got one more game, right?
Yep.
So probably not tonight. But we're going to push through. We're going to just keep making a little bit of progress every single week until the championships. And by the championships, everything's going to be smooth. It's going to be a professional broadcast like I envisioned it. And then we'll actually have a product to sell and bring in some sponsors and make things happen.
There you go.
So that's really what this whole first event is. It's about putting together a product, a final proof of this is where we're going and this is what we're doing, and then we're going to open this up to the whole house, and then we'll have a lot more just a lot more data for the bowlers. You'll be able to see everything. You'll be able to see all the games you've bowled. You'll be able to see all the scores from everything you've ever bowled with us. It's all going to be right there on the website. And if you guys listening at home haven't been to the website, it's bowlmbt.com. Definitely go there and take a look. We do have the videos from the second standings, but they're not broken out by game yet. That'll be done this week. And then we'll be posting all these games by game as well. So that's kind of where we're at.
Awesome. We got a couple bowlers finishing game 5.
Okay.
We got a couple bowlers starting game number 6 to my left. So lanes 1 through 6 seem to be starting game 6, and game 5 is being finished up on lanes 9 through 14.
Okay.
So
now that we have the system that seems like it's working properly,
yeah.
let's see after the last bowler who bowls game 5 here, how long it takes to get the standings updated in the system. And that'll really be the test.
Sounds good.
I probably shouldn't have said that.
You said it, not me.
Yeah. That probably wasn't too smart. So, how's it going out here? I mean,
Good.
it sounds like you're doing a fantastic job. We're listening
Thank
to you
you.
back in the studio.
Yeah, not too bad.
I heard on one of the bowlers you actually had sound effects. That was a nice touch.
I don't remember it now, but that's okay.
It was like, oof.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was, yeah.
So maybe we get a little like keyboard with some hotkeys that you can just touch, and it'd be like, ow, oh. We'll have fun with it.
There you go.
So, very good. Well, I'm going to let you get back to what you're doing. I have some other things that I need to do, including get footage of everyone, because my other camera operator was on a shoot this week and could not help. And we definitely want to get footage of every bowler at every event for the highlight reel outside of what you see on the stream. We want to get some close-up shots. So
Sure.
I got to go to work, I guess. Just keep doing what you're doing, man.
All right.
Doing a great job. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tom. The screen hopefully update. We'll see them after game 5 shortly. As all bowlers have now completed game number 5. back in game number 6 here. Must be a couple of opening doubles. Clint Beard, who had that 250 game bye.
Double and a
Big 4 to start in frame number 3. Brian Jones, who had that big 260 so game 6. Start with spare. Covers 2 of the 4. Open frame for him. Man of the hour so far, Jason Schaefer. Started with a spare in the first frame of game number 6. 11:02, 302 over after 4 games. It shot 242.50. I forgot now, unfortunately. But he should be our number 1 seed easily. He was almost 100 pins higher than Michael Hottie after game number 2. Jeremy Longing currently in 3rd. After 4, Dwayne Johnson in 4th. Here's Mr. Schaefer up in the 2nd frame now. Strikes there. 8 spare strike for him. Benny Graham up on the right lane. Let's start with 9 spare. And a strike there. Excuse me, Don Solario. 6, Jacob Gens is in 7th after 4. He was reaching out to me, asked me how scores were going. Take a look at lanes 7 and 8. Sean Beebe. And the aforementioned Jake Gens. Sean Beebe up on lane 7. Starts with a strike. Jake Gens started with a strike in the first frame. Looking to see what he can do in the second frame here. And Dwayne Johnson is also on this pair. He was in 4th, if I remember correctly. Oh, shit. Now I heard it. There we go. Shaker's lower 7 there for him. That 5-pin did not cooperate. Dwayne Johnson, after a spare in the first, gets a strike in the second there for him. So looking down across the scores so far, and first 3 pairs, as I said, they were a few frames ahead. No runs of perfection down there. A couple starts here. We're only 2 frames in, so kind of hard to judge early, but got a couple shots at it. Luke Pearl, lanes 13 and 14. Ooh, strikes. 9-pin stands for him. Lane 12, Tim Curran, who's partway in lane 11. Looks like a different ball for him. Not as far to the right on that one. He's a solid 10. Definitely a weaker ball than what he was throwing earlier. He was throwing that new jackal from Motive. That may be the Iron Forge, I think. But Casey Gettle gets a strike there. Tim does cover that 10-pin. Strike spare for him. Or excuse me, 9 spare for him. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5 standings are up. I missed the first few, but John Solario in 5th place. Dylan Zerman, I believe, was in 4th there. 6th place, Jacob Gens.
$11.75 for fifth was John Solari. $11.63 pick against Stephen Knipp, who is right in front of me. Started with an 8-1 open frame in the first. He is in seventh at 11.59. James Schumann with that nice 240 game. He had the front six, if I remember correctly. He is at 11.56.
Today, my little gas engine is like almost out. Trying to let her home.
Sean Beatty said game 11 for him today. Oh, Dwayne Johnson leaves a massive stone 8. Sean Beebe is in 10th right now at 11.37. Dylan Zimmerman, I apologize, was in 11th. After 180 in game 5. You're in 5th right now, I think, or so, if I remember correctly. The memory goes away real quick as the numbers go by. Luke Pearl had a 202, back-to-back 202s there. He's at 11.31. He's got strike showing. Tim Kern, 9 spare strike for him in the 11th. Quentin White, 14th at 11.19. These bowlers are really close. Terry Jones in 15th right now. They all kind of bunched up after game 5. Looks like the transition got a little bit earlier this time around. That's the fun thing of bowling. It's never the same. Bowl on the same pair of lanes, back-to-back days, and they're completely different. Millions of factors out there. So. Leaves the Great Church on lane 10. Cool and Zimmerman as well. Nice to 3-6-10 after an open in the second. Derek Matson, who's near that top 8. Looks like he's got 126 in the. He's in the 120s in the 6th, strike on the 7th. John Solari lanes 3 and 4. Triple 9 spare. Leaves the 10 pin. Michael Hottie, who is up there as well. He has strike spare 3 in a row. Hates his 10 to fall. That's why you put power and revolutions on a bowling ball, ladies and gentlemen. Casey got only 24th as the scores are scrolling by. Oof, costly looking frame for Sean Beebe there in the 3rd on lane 7. Solari did cover that 10 pin in the 6th. He's got 250 out. Stephen Knipp, who struggled a little bit there in that first part of the frame, first part of the game 6 here, open spare strike. Here we are on lane 13 and 14, Luke Pearl, strike spare strike. He was near that top 8. Oh. Leaves the 5 pin. All the bowlers putting their hands up. Tim Kern. It's a strike there. He's got a double going now after 9 spare, 9 spare to start the game. Lanes 3 and 4. Kyle Smith struggling a little bit this game. 4 through the middle. Gets 5 of the 6. Remember Norm Duke shooting that in the South Region Players Championship this year. Just amazing cover of that split. And then basically keeping the pressure on Tommy Jones to force Tommy to keep striking, end up winning the South Region there. I have a feeling Norm may still win on the national tour again in his career. Lee Iceman. John Solero, lanes 3 and 4, 117 in the 5th, spare up in the 6th. Comes in light. Here's the bucket. Still at 900 global alter reality. Michael Hottie, strike spare 4-bagger. He comes in a little light, leaves a shaker 8-pin. Jason Schaefer, 1346 after 5 games. Gets a strike there after an open in the 6th. Max out at 254. John Solero did cover this bucket, and Michael Hottie covered his spare. Johnson gets a double here in the 5th. He's in 3rd at 1198. It's 9 and 10 Quentin White, 42 in the 3rd. Working the 4 frame in the light in the left lane, gets a strike there. Jim Wagner shooting at the 245, he covers that. Jacob Gens is in 6th. I told him 5th. He's in 6th right now, 1163. Stephen Knipp is in 7th. He's right in front of me as well, 1159. James Schumann, excuse me. He is in 8th right now. So if they're all in the top 8 pop, that is your top 8. He is 8th place at 1156. 9th place, Aaron Orange. Who's down on lanes 1 and 2. Aaron Orange looks like he's struggling a little bit. He was 1 pin out of that top 8 right now. Sean Beebe up on lane number 7. Double, open, strike. Gets the next one. No, I don't have that yet. I wish. I wish I had instant replay. Yeah. Oh, wow. So, Jason Schaefer, lane 15 there, strikes. Is he 1346 over? Derek Madsen, 1346. Derek Madsen. Gets a strike in the first ball in the 10th, or second ball in the 10th, excuse me. So he can finish out at 220. And Jason Schaefer's average is going to go down. He's only averaging 269. Jake Gens, lane 8, didn't like it off his hand. Leaves a flat 10. He was sitting in the top 8. Dwayne Johnson as well, top 8. He was 4th, if I remember. He's a shaker 7. Lanes 11 and 12, Casey Gettle. After an open in the 5th. Comes in high, leaves a 610. Both Jake Gens and Dwayne Johnson covered their spares. So they're at 10. They're in the 240s if they strike out. .1156 was the top 8 number. So. Clint Hewer on the 250 game 5 has 262 left over double. Big 4 covers 2, and then the next 5. Jason Schaefer strikes again. Strike out at 254. Brian Jones leaves a 210 there, unfortunately. It's 5 and 6, Clint Hewer. It's another strike, another picture-perfect strike for him. Splits the 8 and the 9. He can finish out at 260. Floro strikes in the 9th. He's got 230 left, I believe. Back up on lanes 7 and 8 after Sean stepped off.
Kind of mentioned his hand wasn't going to come out of it, and that's definitely not the best feeling in the world. Double open double. Splits the 8 and the 9. He's wanting the instant replay. I don't have it. It's a new highlight video. You're right about that. Yeah, I know. It's like just.
Yeah, that would have made YouTube stood up like that. Steve Hahn, if I remember correctly, he was up there, but Luke Pearl up on lanes 13 and 14. Didn't like that one off his hand. Gets them all to fall. And Terry Jones. Luke Pearl can strike out for 228. Terry Jones, 268 if he goes off the sheet, which could possibly get him into that top 8. Can't remember where he was. Unfortunately, he used the 4-7. Clint Hewer gets the first hit in the 10th. So he's in the 250s. He's in the 250s per se.
I would say it completely because it counts 252, so or 251 if he spare strike,
9 spare strikes. Stephen Kniff was up there if I remember correctly as well, and he's on 3 in a row after 29 in the 2nd. Still playing that beautiful outside line, gets them all to crumble. Nice shot for him there on lane 9 and 10. Sean Beebe back up on lanes 7 and 8. Working on 3 in a row. Oof. This looked like the ball went a little long. These are wrap 10, but that 7 was standing for a moment as well. Michael Hottie back up on lanes 3 and 4. Gets the first hit in the 10th. John Solari as well on that pair. He was near that top 10. He was in 5th, excuse me. Michael Hottie was in 2nd. John Solari was at 1175. So he was about 20 pins or so ahead of 8th. So every pin is going to matter here. Jacob Gens was in 6th at 1150 or 1163. So Oof. That's a miss, unfortunately, for Sean. So double open, triple open for him. Puts him at 142, so he can max out at 230. James Schumann was in 11:56. He is in 8th place right now. Michael Hottie, second shot in the 10th. Gets them all. John Solaria needs the spare. And by the skinniest of jeans, gets that pin to fall. And we do count that in the rule book as a spare. Jake gets in front of me, leaves a wrap 10. He's working on a single strike in the 7th. Hottie strikes out there for 259. John Solario finishing up his 10th. 211 for him. So that'll put him close. We'll see. Jenkins covers the spare. Dwayne Johnson, 36910, the hardest non-split spare for right-handers. It does cover that. Different few ways you can shoot at it, but he can max out at 2. He can max out for 224. Stephen Knipp just got the fifth one in a row for him. Casey Gettle comes in light, leaves a 245. Here's Tim Curran. Spare. He is now completely covering the right gutter on the left lane. Bounce. Little light, comes in, leaves a 2-5. James Schumann, who was, if I remember correctly, he was in the top 8. He's got 126 in the 6 right here in front of us. Strike spare. He's going to go into the 220s as well. He strikes out. Action's fast and furious, folks. Game number 6 here, Case Springs Lanes of the week 3 of the 3rd week of the Bowl MBT Sweeper. Ask you to hit that subscribe button for us, youtube.com/BowlMBT. Go ahead and like our posts on Facebook, facebook.com/BowlMBT. And of course, go to bowlmbt.com for updated standings and archived videos. My name is Jason Woolham. Hope you're enjoying yourself. That Steve Hahn strikes in the 10th. He's got 280 left. Can't remember where he was in the standings, unfortunately, but nice game to finish out here. Sean Beebe gets a strike in the first shot in the 10th. Right now, 280 left for Steve Hahn. Gets the 10 pin out late there again. Yeah, nice little exclamation point for him, 280 to finish off this sweeper. Steve Knipp in front of me here, who had the open spare 5 in a row, leaves a 4-6 split. Dwayne Johnson just got one wide on the pair right next to him, leaves a washout. Steve Hahn looking to finish off his night with 280. It does. Nice game for Steve Hahn there. Dwayne Johnson shooting at the 1-2-4-10 and covers it. Nice spare for him. Yep. He just said it there, folks. Keep it clean. I mean, right now there's not a lot of big scores. It just depends on where everyone's in the standings, you know. One frame, 6 games, guys. One frame can change everything. Be the catalyst either way. So, Tom Davies up on lane 7 and 8. 142 in the 7th, strike in the 8th. Comes in high. Had a lot standing. Leaves only the 3-6. Feels like he said he kind of caught that one a little. Just grabbed it. There's Brian Diageo as well. Gets a strike, 9th. Foundation frame. Tim Kern comes a little light there. Lane 11. Leaves a 2-pin. Oh, Sean chops the 3 off the 6. Open train for him. 170 in the 9th now. Best he can shoot's an even 200. He was right in there as well. Within either a few pins either way. Jake Gens gets the first hit in the 10th. He's at 168 in the 8th. So go ahead and go to lane 7 and 8 for us. Got a couple bowlers finishing up. They were in the top 8. Dwayne Johnson, I believe, was in 4th. Jake Gens was in 5th or 6th. Both can Dwayne can shoot 210. Jake Gens can shoot 228. That's a great comeback shot for him. He's gone 6 spare, and then buries one in the pocket there for him. It was a great shot from Dwayne. Jake Gens. Second shot in the 10th here. Max out at 228. He was in that top 8 cut currently, so we'll see how it all finishes out, but it's gonna be a telling shot right here. A little inside. And gets the number 10 to fall. So he gives it the holding note. Dwayne Johnson shot, second shot. Oof, just checked a hair early there for him. He's a 4-pin. Spare would be 200. It's going to be real close. I mean, we're going to see a lot of movement top from inside and outside jumping into this cut at this point. So we'll see what can happen. Jake Gens, final shot in the 10th frame here. Hop, skip, and a jump, and all 10 fall for him. So 228 for Jake. That should keep him in the top 8 there. Bowlers are finishing up game number 6. Then we'll have the cut to the top 8 in the top 8 pot. Tim Kern coming up on lane number, lane number 12. Or is it 11? I'm not sure. And just buries it. I mean, that's like two-handed. I can understand, and that's, I mean, something I marvel at and I can't do, and that's fine. But man, that is just highly impressive. And James Schumann chops leaves the 10 off the 310, or leaves the 3 off the 310, excuse me. 194. He was near the top 8 if I remember correctly. Tim Kern, the second shot in the 10th, can finish out at 246 here. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Almost a solid 7-9. Leaves only the 9 pin. Just insane how much power he has there. Covers the spare. Shoots 236. Sean Beebe gets the first hit in the 10th on lane 7 and 8. Max out at 200. He was really close to that number. So we'll see how I can what happens here. After all the scores pan out. 3 pairs left in play. Sean Beebe, the last bowler on 7 and 8. Quentin White, unfortunately, missed that 10 pin there. Finishes with 179. I know he was close as well. Second shot for Sean here. Buries all 10 in the pit. Very frustrated, I can tell. He said he's bowled. This was game 11 or 12 or something for him this weekend. And, I mean, or today, excuse me. And, I mean, a lot of games in one day. And then even taking a break, probably driving an hour or so, hour plus. So, I don't think bowling's a physical sport. I feel like you're wrong on that, unfortunately. So, gets the late trip on the 4 for an even 200 game. So that'll put him at 1337, I think, if I can see. Wagner, lane 10 there, gets a second hit. He's got 4 in a row to finish off the game. He could finish with a 199 here. Jason Bolater gets the final hit in the 10th. Finishes with 171. Stephen Knipp on lane 9 spares the 2 pin. He will finish at possible 214 with a strike here in the 10th. All eyes now on lanes 9 and 10. They're the last ones in play. There you go, Jim. Nice finish for 199. Jarek Milberg strike out for 200. Stephen Knipp was near the top, at top 8, and finished with a 214 here. High, leaves at 310. Through the face there. See where that finishes him out. Jarek Milberg. Stage is yours, sir. Leaves a 3 pin through the face. And covers the spare. So, final shot of qualifying coming up. For Jarek Milberg and the entire 38 bowler roster for week 3 of the Bull MBT Sweeper Series. Once again, if you go ahead and hit that subscribe button for us, youtube.com/BullMBT. Go ahead and like our posts on Facebook, facebook.com/BullMBT. And all updated standings for the overall Sweeper Series, as well as archived video, will be available on BullMBT.com. Jarek Milberg for the final shot of Week 3's qualifying. Are you kidding me? That's how we're going to end? It's a solid 7. Gee, wow. Well, folks, that's the end of qualifying. We're going to wait until get to the top 8. So we'll see who is going to join us in the bracket match play, and we'll see what happens here. Oh, yeah. right, folks, we do have the final results. Scrolling across, the total is the 6th game. The places are correct. So looks to be, if I remember correctly, 170 looked to be the top 8 if everyone was in that top 8 pot. So we'll continue to wait till our top 8 single elimination bracket plays, and then we will continue
Alrighty.
on with bowling.
We're going to go ahead and call out some of the money winners on the games. So we have the games. Game 1, Jason Shaver with 279. Game 2 is Jason Shaver again. Game 3 is William German. Game 4, Jason Shaver. Game 5, Aaron Horn. Game 6, Steve Hahn. Alright, close out room top 9. Getting their $60 back is Jason Shaver, Michael Hottie, William Johnson Jr., Steve Hahn, David Gett, John Guerra, Steve Smith, Tim Keeler, and Jerry Long. Those in the top 8 bowling at this time. On lane 15, Jason Shaver. Lane 16, Jared Jackson. Lane 13, David Gett. Lane 14, John Guerra. Lane 11, Michael Hottie. Lane 12, Tim Keeler. Lane 9, Steve Hahn. And lane 10, Steve Smith.
All right, so bowlers, we are getting ready for that top 8.
Okay, bowlers, we're going to give you 5 minutes of warm-up. I'm going to go down on lane 17 and shoot some video from you during warm-up. I will not be down there during the competition, just during warm-up. So we'll get some good shots for you. I'll go away. Where's my money back? I should have, but I probably should have.
So the bowlers will be getting 5 minutes of practice. Single elimination bracket play. Derek Matson versus Jason Schaefer. Clint Hewer versus Michael Hottie. Jake Gens versus John Solero. And apologies, I did not catch the last matchup there. The bowlers have not arrived on that pair, so I'm not sure. Oh, Steve. That's right. He's like... so...
Alright, bowlers, once you're on your lanes, if you put your names in, you'll be able to start your practice. You'll get 5 minutes of practice. Once that's over, go ahead and start your scoring. Good luck, guys.
right, bowlers. We are in the practice session right now for the top 8. Steve Hahn. Oh, God. I'm bad with names. Steve Knipp, excuse me. Yeah, Steve Knipp, Steve Hahn. Yeah. They're right in front of me. Clint Hewer. Michael Hottie. Steve Hahn and Steve Knipp on lanes 9 and 10. Clint Hewer and Michael Hottie on lanes 11 and 12. Jake Gens, John Solero, lanes 13 and 14. And starting their match on lanes 15 and 16 are Jason Schaefer and Derek Matson. Joining me in the booth is Mr. Luke Pearl. How are you doing?
Doing well. Little disappointed in my own performance, but I'm doing well otherwise.
It's good.
How are you doing, Jason?
Doing well. I'm enjoying being up here and watching instead of down there bowling, so.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you would want to be down there since you already were down there.
Yeah.
I'm fine up here, so.
Well, luckily I didn't put my money in for this portion, so.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yes, I didn't waste my money there, so I'm okay with that.
That's good.
Yeah. 113 over doesn't do the job, guys. So you know.
No, it was like 170, I think, if I
Yeah.
remember. So.
Difference of 180 versus like 230, guys. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Steve Hahn had shot 280 the last game, and he jumped in.
That
So,
will do it.
yeah. There wasn't a lot of big scores near the end there, so.
Yeah, I got a little toasty out there, guys. It was tough.
Yeah. So, Jason Schaefer and Derek Matson started their match on the bottom right, both starting with a strike.
Jason put on a clinic for everybody. 399 over.
399 over.
Yeah.
Okay. He was averaging 269 after 5, so.
Yeah. Still kept in the 260s.
I think he finished like 250. He finished with 250. We're cutting hairs here on this, but like seriously, like he got some breaks, but he definitely bowled well.
Yes,
So
he did.
unfortunately, Derek leaves a blower 710 there on lane 15, the second frame. Bowlers do get 5 minutes of practice here. They took less time, I think, or they were almost done with it. So they had started. Derek gets 1 there, so 28 in the second. And looks like the next match they'll start will probably be Jake and John, followed by Mike and Clint, and then Steve and Steve. So.
This will be definitely a good match, I think, between Jason and Derek.
Yeah, battle of the left-handers there.
Yep.
Looks like Jason Schaefer came in a little light as well. Leaves a 3.79, but the 3 fell late. So 7.9 to contend with. So he'll get 1. We'll be all even after 2. Which he did, so there we go. Jason Schaefer getting up on lane 15. Looking off the open. Still looks to be using Widow Ghost.
Yes, sir.
Gets a strike there. Derek was switching between a few different rocks. Got a gold orb in his hand. I'm not sure which one that was. Possibly the Obsession Tour.
That's what it was.
That's what it was.
That's correct.
It's kind of hard to see from up here sometimes,
Yeah.
unless it's like really well known in that. But that definitely looks like to be his old faithful.
Yep, a good old teal rhino. And he, what, 4.49 there?
No, looks like a 3.56.
3.56.
It's a little fast. A little fast off his hand there.
That'll do it with a teal rhino.
Yeah, that ball's what? 30?
Yeah, just
30
about-
years old?
Yeah, right around my age, roughly.
spare. John Solero starting his match. He'll after Jake started with a strike. In the first frame, John Solero on lane 14, your bottom left screen. Said he was going to move in and use that nuclear cell. Him and I bowl on Tuesday nights. We talk a lot during league and that, so we feed off each other and that, which is very helpful for people who enjoy bowling. Feeding off one another is important. So Derek leaves another 3-6. A little light. Not sure if it's speed. I'm not sure if it's the right ball, to be honest. Yeah.
Currently,
Yeah. Stefan, after shooting that 280 to get into the top 8 here, gets a strike. John Solero doubles. Michael Hottie on lane 11. That was wide, but man.
he's got the hand to do it.
You put the power and revolutions on bowling balls, and these.
I've been told, correct me if I'm wrong, there was somebody that compared him to Randy Johnson. I don't know how much you know about Randy Johnson from back in the day, but...
So he killed a pigeon with a bowling ball?
Not the pitcher, Randy Johnson. For the people out there, there was a bowler named Randy Johnson that was from the St. Louis and St. Charles area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Pull him up on YouTube. You have to specify in YouTube, put in Randy Johnson the bowler instead of the pitcher.
Yeah, because you'll get the video of him killing a pigeon or something or whatever.
But I've pulled the videos of him bowling, and unfortunately Jacob again's just with a 9-pin.
Yep.
But yeah, Randy and Michael Hottie both. Well, unfortunately Randy Johnson's deceased now, but Michael Hottie's form is strikingly similar.
Really? I'll have to take a look at that. So, Clint here, unfortunately, got 6 out on shooting the 3-6-9-10. And there's the adjustment for Derek Matson on the right lane. But Jason Schaefer's off to a strike open 3-bagger start. Stepan up here on lane 9. What the? That was weird. It just went to practice, so I was kind of like trying to run him down, but leaves the 4-6. So we'll get that fixed for him as Clint covers the 310 spare there. So. Four, 6, yeah. Yeah. So they're going to get that corrected there. Michael Hottie up in lane 12. Strike. No, working on a strike. Ooh, comes in high. Leaves the 4-6-7.
Had a Greek church up there for a second.
Yeah. John Solero, after starting with a 3-bagger, he comes in high and leaves a 6-7. It's my oof thing, you know.
Should have a button.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said I need a button for the oof thing. Yeah, it gives a run at that 4-6-7, leaves an open frame. So he's up by 2 right now in that match. And John doing an interesting move there, shooting at the 7-pin, covers 1, gets his count, because he's up in the match right now. So as Hottie crumbles the 4-5-7, Schaefer it's Schaefer's tournament right now, in my opinion.
It is.
He's bowling lights out.
All day.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. I think he opened twice, and they were both splits.
Yeah.
You
One
know.
of them might have been a 7-10. I don't. Maybe. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't remember, to be honest.
which I may have been getting it wrong because I left one myself and there have been.
There was a lot.
There were a
There was
lot
a
of 710s.
lot of 710s from what I saw.
Yeah, it's either a 710 or a 4.6 today, which unfortunately costs people a lot of pins. But
And-
it's okay.
And Derek is definitely a little frustrated, unfortunately. Kind of finishing out the game, but looks like Schaefer should win that match, but strikes on that. Jake Gentz comes in high there after the strike in the fourth. So
Clint takes his 10 pin on lane 12.
So it's amazing the past, so these 3 weeks that we've had so far, it was like, what, about a one, or you weren't here for them, were you?
No.
Okay,
no, it's
so
not.
never mind.
It's okay.
Never mind. But it was like around this cut for week 1 for the top 8. Week 2, it was like 50 pins higher,
Okay.
50, 60 pins higher. And then week 3, it's back down to this. So it's been a nice little mix. We've had some different bowlers, obviously, so that changes things. But I mean,
Has it been the same modified house shot the whole time?
yes,
Okay.
I think. I mean, I feel like it's been the same shot. It's just played different because, you know, weather and all that, I feel like. So I feel like tonight it probably played similar to the week 1 because it was slightly warmer in that. So weather is, like, no one considers weather, like, in their bowling thing, to be honest, and I do.
Yep, I do too.
Okay, fine. You and I.
That's why we bowled doubles together.
Yeah.
Well,
One time.
twice.
Twice, you're right. I forgot.
Coin doubles.
No, 3 times then, because we bowled at Imperial the one time.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times. Okay.
We both forgot one.
Yeah,
There
we
go.
both forgot one.
And also, we did holiday doubles.
Holiday doubles. Yep.
Which you carried me big time in that one, and
It
we weren't even close.
Yeah, we
So-
weren't even close. So, you got to average like 250 each,
Yeah.
which is fine. I don't mind that. The caliber is that high, so
It is.
that's the thing. So,
That's why professionals come into bowling.
oh my gosh, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Might as well make it a professional stop at that.
Nah.
No?
Nah. All right, Stepan covers his 10 pin there, so. Dirk Madsen having some fun finishing out his match. But Michael Hottie
Banger.
strikes in the 5th, so he's got 68 in the 4th. Jason Schaefer now using his spare ball.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. So, Jake Gentz on lane 13 after the first strike comes in high again, leaves a 3-6. So the interesting thing I was going to say was Steve Knipp was bowling on 9 and 10 before this. Like he finished on this pair, if I remember correctly. But I don't think it's that oof as Clint Hewer may use 4 through the middle on lane 12 in his match. Staring at an open frame for sure. But if not, I mean, he could be 3 down easily. You know, and that can be a momentum changer for sure. I know I told this story earlier, but it was the Norm Duke one when he picked it at the South Players Championship, which was amazing to me. You know,
I was not paying attention there for a second. What did Norm pick?
the split that Clint left, that 4 through the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, at the
Got it.
South in the finals against Tommy Jones.
Gotcha.
And like just kept it on him in that and finished. You know, he shot 240, but I mean,
Still.
Tommy was just like, I'm shooting 270. You know.
Yep. It's amazing how one split conversion changes everything.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he was
Wasn't all bad,
he was
but-
just lost on that right lane. So.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is when we were with Steve here on the left lane, or on 9 and 10, I don't know if it's that much of an advantage coming off that pair. 'Cause he only shot 2-0,
Yeah.
so, or 2-0, 2-teen. So as Clint comes back with a spare, or a strike after his hard 8, 4-4. And Jason Schaefer moves on as he walks right in front of us here to lanes 7 and 8. Not sure who he gets the winner of, but we'll find that out shortly. John Solero covers his 10 pin. He's at 140, 160. So he's up by about 40, 50 right now. Oh, and Michael Hottie, Greek Church. So looking at this, let's see, 2, 6. No, so Clint had the 310 on the left lane, but the other 3 big splits have all been on that right lane. And guess who gets to finish on the right lane?
Clint?
Nope. Sorry, Michael Hottie. I don't know why I make any guess here, but you know. So that right lane is going to be the key, I feel like, in that match.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in the Steve versus Steve match,
Steve squared.
Steve Hahn is up 11, both working on spares in the 4th. Oh, that was some weird carry. Leaves a light 4-5 as Jake Gens doubles in the 8th and 9th. Keep this match going. And this is the interesting thing with match play as well. When you bowl a match on a pair, you start to miss one shot on the right lane, then you're completely lost on one lane, and it's just.
And then you almost try to overcompensate.
You overcompensate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's left the 2-5 here. Steve Hahn covers the 4-5 on lane 9 to keep his 9-pin lead. Steve Knipp, working on a spare now in the 4th.
Looks like he's throwing is that a ripped solid?
I think that's a rip solid because I think he's, yeah. Looks like John Solero has also advanced in this match. Steve Knipp strikes in the 5th there.
Did a good job of matching his ball to his outfit.
Well, he's also throwing a gauntlet, so that's an orange and silver. So maybe he likes bowling balls that are orange. So as Clint doubles up on lane 12, so 71.
Get him a Helios.
Yeah, there you go. 71. That's why we don't do math on stream, boys. 14, 204, 17. Up 17. Yeah, that's it. And that one came in a little light, leaves just the 2-pin there. So
Delayed, he had a 2-8-10 up and took up 8-10.
So John Solero is going to advance in his match. Clint Hewer, double, make it 3 in a row. He can max out at 221. Michael Hottie can max out at 204. I can do that math real quick. It's the other math that's like,
Yeah.
I was trying to do figure out all the scores, figure out where everyone was at without a sheet with the running and that. It was fun.
Yeah.
But that's why I like this. It's nice to see it from the other side. Speaking of the idle Helios,
There it is.
gets a strike in the 8th there for Hottie. Steve Knipp up on lane 10. Looks like he's back to that Venom.
That's not Venom Shock, it's a Venom recoil? Is that it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the motive ball. That's all I know.
One of the many Venom.
Venom, yeah. Michael Hottie, lane 11, 9th frame. Strikes there. So he can max out at 204. So Clinton he will need a double. He needs to get 9th and 10th here. And there's a nice shot from Steve Knipp. Coming back there, double, puts him in a max of 246. I'm sorry, Steve Hahn, has a max of 246. Steve Knipp can shoot 227. Clint Hewer, oh my. 124.10 washout. 127, 147. 167, 197 left.
And we got ourselves a ball game.
There's that nice carry for Steve Knipp. Oh no. An open frame. As I said, that right lane was going to be the issue. 153, shoot 183 now. So,
We'll force Hottie to at least
Mark?
Yeah.
Maybe strike. Maybe strike on the first shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, 9 spare strike is 183. So yeah, we could have the possibility of a tie, ladies and gentlemen. And Steve Knipp gets a double there. First things first for Clint. Oh, 4-pin. So spare strike will force Hottie to get a mark on the right lane. And he's split twice on that lane. He left the, I don't remember now, but that's okay. Big 4 and probably a 4-6-7 or something like that. That's right, yeah, 4-6-7 and big 4. Steve Hahn strikes in the 8th. Oh my, well, that's game, set, and match there, unfortunately. So Michael Hottie will advance. He will. It's much easier when you don't have to worry about it. So the final match in this round of 8, Steve Hahn, Steve Knipp. Oh my, 4-6-10. So let's see, 182, 181. So let's say he gets 2 here. That puts him at 181. So that'll 181, 211. For Steve Knipp to double 9th and 10th. All right, there's the 2. That's the key part. It's another back and forth match. Let's see what happens. Oh God. Oh.
Hope he's okay.
Yeah, that hurt my knee sitting up here.
Yeah.
Oof. All right. We'll keep an eye on Michael Hottie there after that. All eyes on Steve Knipp right now, lane 9 and 10. 9th frame, working on a double. Buries it. So that puts him in the 2-0s. Right now, the best Steve Hahn can shoot is 211. So strike here and count will get Steve Hahn to move forward into the bracket. I've been doing it all night, so, you know.
Itchy eyebrow.
Oof, a little wide. Leaves the 5-pin. So spare here and
Sorry.
Spare here and 6 will force Steve Knipp to double.
Put too much at the line. Pull out wasn't strong enough there.
All right, so needs 6 pins here to move forward, or excuse me, to force Steve Knipp to double. Ooh, okay, that's 7. That's enough. That puts him at 203. Steve Knipp will need a double and 3 to advance. Anything less, and Steve Hahn moves on. I'm sorry, I'm bad at these things. Steve Knipp will move on. Steve Knipp needs a double and 3. Looks close. Whoa, my. Oh! Tyrannic Joof. And comes in high, leaves a 6-pin. So Steve Knipp will move on to the round of 4. So John Solero, Jason Schaefer, Steve Knipp, and Michael Hottie are your top 4 right now in the top 8 pot. Nice finish there for a little high in 410 there, but Steve Knipp, what a run! 280 the last game to get into the top 8, and finishes in the top 8, but just not enough over Steve Knipp.
A few pins shy.
Just a few pins. So move on to the. All right, so. So Michael Hottie and Steve Knipp will be on lanes 5 and 6. And Jason Schaefer and John Solero will be on lanes 7 and 8 for our semifinals. They're each going to get 2 shots of practice, and then they'll move on to the matches themselves. And Michael Hottie's knee looks okay, you know.
Just after a fall.
Yeah.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah, no. Like I said, that hurt me up here.
Yeah.
So this is lanes 5 and 6 here. Michael Hottie and Steve Knipp practicing. And then lanes 7 and 8 will be Jason Schaefer and John Solero. Look from down lane towards the bowlers here. Not an angle you get to see normally, folks. Yeah. I love it.
Good view, I like it.
Yeah.
Our downtime here, I'd like to let everybody know that usually every Tuesday we at the St. Louis USBC are doing a podcast now. I figured I'd throw this in here.
For sure.
We are making it short and sweet. You can listen to it on your way to work. Each week we go over a different rule. We all know there's plenty of rules out there in the USBC rule book, but we discuss it real quick and promote any tournaments or leagues that may be coming up. If you're out there listening, just shoot me any tournaments that you may be throwing or running here soon, including these MBTs. I'll get our schedule out here. You know, they're over here in St. Charles, I'll still promote them. So
For sure. And also, if you get a chance, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, youtube.com/BullMBT. And like those posts on Facebook, facebook.com/BullMBT. And all our standings will be up on BullMBT.com as well as archive video. So Schaefer getting underway in match number 2. Switch your 10 pin there. So it looks a little bit better than what he was leaving. He was coming in high, leaving a 4-7 a lot on that 2 shots he threw. I mean, the first shot I'm not going to throw because he was sitting for a little bit, so I'm going to take that one away. But see how he covers his 10 pin here. I've always found it fascinating that left-handers will hook it more into single pins on the right side than right-handers will hook it into single pins on the left side. I don't know why. I've just always found that fascinating.
yeah,
But
I can see that. It's definitely an interesting view.
and it's not all. I'm not gonna say that. So
A lot of them. They're decent amount.
yeah. So John Solera starts with a strike in his match. Michael Hottie started with a strike in his first frame. Here we are. Steve bowling on lane 6, first frame.
Very good.
Strikes apiece. John Solero up in the second frame on lane 7 and 8. So he's playing kind of that belly shot. Not trying to give too much of the pocket away, was what he said. Leaves a 2-8 there. So early on the left lane, giving both bowlers some issues. Back on lanes 5 and 6, Steve working on a strike. Right up second arrow. Gets that light carry and shakes out the 7 there. Oh no, and John chops the 2 off the 8 open frame early. See how that plays out.
Our scoring monitors are a nice Prince and Purple Rain purple. So I know everybody can see it, but that's how I describe that.
Yeah, that's pretty close. So Michael Hottie up in the second frame. Wrap 10. Jason Schaefer. Not going to spare in the first. Gets them all to fall there. So he has an early lead.
It'd be the farthest I've seen him get right today.
Oh, for sure. His cross was very interesting to me because he was following, I believe he was following Derek all day. And just the way it played out, left lane moves left, right lane moves right kind of thing. So
It's definitely an interesting format, but not in a bad way. It's
yeah, for sure.
yeah,
So Jason Schaefer strike in the second, up in the third.
very good.
Yep. Here comes the Schaefer Express again. Michael Hottie after that wrap 10 spare, third frame.
Carries it that time.
Yep, there we go. Gets that 10 out. All right, John Solero up on lane 7 and 8. Working off the open in the second. His opponent has a double working. John looked like he moved right.
Yeah, he did.
He moved like not way right, but way right enough.
Compared to his previous shot.
For sure.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see what he does on lane 7. Steve Knipp up on lane 6, working on a double. Yeah, it just didn't look like he got that one clean off his hand. Leaves the 2-4-5. Don Solero working on the strike. Looks like he's moved left or right here as well. Not as, yeah, definitely sending it more right. And once again, just comes light, leaves that 2-pin.
So a 2-4-5-8. Normally a 2-4-5-8 is considered a bucket, right?
Yes.
So is there a name for the 2-4-5 without the 8-pin?
I've always called it the tripod. I don't know why.
That's
You
good.
know,
I like it.
it's-
Or you can call it an iceless bucket, maybe.
I think. Okay, so I agree with that. If it was the 2-pin missing and not the 8 was standing, then
Okay.
that would make sense.
That's
but
true.
you know,
How about a beerless bucket?
sure, for those that drink, that's fine. No,
Okay. Okay.
All right, so John did cover that spare Steve Hahn up in the fourth frame, excuse me, with a 7-pin lead right now. That one looked much better off his hand.
There it is.
And carries that beautiful shot. Jason Schaefer.
Buries it.
Just, yeah, is just, he's just a smooth stroking lefty right now. I mean, can you call him a smooth stroking lefty? I mean, he's pure in shots right now, I feel like, so. Michael.
He's really Schaefer in it. I don't know what that means, but take it as you want.
Michael Hottie up on lane 6, working on a strike. That comes in light, leaves a 4-pin, so Dutch 200 pace for Hottie. Schaefer working on 3 in a row. That one went wide and just roars back. 4 in a row for Schaefer after the opening spare. Michael Hottie. Proving me wrong before, as I said, with the hooking into single pins on the left side as a right-hander, so there you go.
He also has a lot more revs than quite a few right-handers, but myself included.
I mean, we're not even going to talk about me, so.
Yep.
So Solario in a little bit of a hole here, down by 42, or more than that, I can't tell. I can't do math. Buries them all there. Yeah, that's 52. It was 52. Hottie gets its double going. Continuing his Dutch pace. See what he can do on that right lane. He's left a 10-pin and a 4-pin so far. So John getting back up on the left lane. 2-8 and a 2-pin so far. Looks like he's moved even further right. There you go. It just carries him. So double makes Schaefer think, hey, I'm still here. Steve Hahn working on a strike. 67 in the third. Ooh, a little high and trips the 4 out for a double.
That was dirty.
Jason Schaefer, spare 4-bagger. And another strike from Mr. Schaefer.
I'm going to quote DJ Khaled. Another one.
Another one. Yep. Yeah, John Solero's going to need to keep striking and
Hope for a prayer.
and just Schaefer just needs to stay clean, basically. Steve Hahn, sorry, Steve. That's Steve Knipp, excuse me. Up on lane 5. One looked a little right, but it got there. Roared back. 3 in a row for him after that spare in the third. Schaefer through the middle, carries out the 4 and the 7, leaving only the 2-pin.
Appeared to pull that one in a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, but.
Good enough to take 9, though.
So 159 with the spare, we'll put him 179.
6.
So, I said, that's that little opening now. Michael Hottie buries that one. Off the Dutch 200 pace. Jason Schaefer covers the spare there. John Solero up on lane number 8, working on a double, 7th frame. Gets them all to fall there. 3 in a row for him. Lane 5, Michael Hottie. 80 in the 4th, working on a double himself in the 7th frame. That, oh my.
Ooh.
Carries the 4-6.
I was just telling I was just telling the story earlier to somebody about an incident at the Big Guy Little Guy one year with Matt Pearson. The story here in a second.
John Solero gets the wall shot there, 4 in a row for him.
Yeah, Matt had a 4-6 standing. Nothing was on the deck but the 4-6, and somehow they both fall.
Wow.
Like they were
Yeah.
up. And then a second or two go by, and they both fall. We're like, how did that happen?
Yeah. Steve up in the 7th frame, a little high. Oh, leaves a 4-9. Only issue with playing that far right, personally, and I understand that, is you get a little going left, it's gonna go. So
Especially here.
yeah, for sure.
There was a fine line if you missed left that it just caught a lot of friction and would check up on you early.
Schaefer working off the 9 spare in the 7th. Leaves a 7 pin here. So
Now we're
I mean 250 out still, but we're thinking. Steve shooting at the 4-9. Gets 1. So that puts him at 153. So 243 left for Steve. 260 left for Michael Hottie. So this is a match. Meanwhile, both Schaefer and Solerio, 258, 248 respectively maxes. Schaefer gonna, looks like Schaefer is gonna go first on lane 7 here. That one looked in, but carries it all. So Schaefer cannot be shut out now, but he has a max of 258, but John Solero has to get them all here. Steve back up on lane 5 after the open. Oh my.
almost 710.
Almost 710, leaves the 7 there. So spare will put him at a max in the 230s. And now John Solerio, 9th frame, foundation frame, working on 4 in a row. That's a little wide. Yep, a little wide and leaves the 245. So that probably will be all she wrote there, unfortunately.
That's the good old drinkless bucket, guys. That way I cover everybody.
Yep, there you go.
Could be soda, could be water, could be beer. Who knows?
Steve covers that 7 pin there. John covers his spare. So John can shoot a possible 225. Schaefer just will need 9 then to move on. Michael Hottie working in the 8th frame, 3 in a row. Just high flush, buries them all. Solero. First shot in the 10th. Good shot there from John. He definitely wants the one in the 9th frame back. He wants that spare back in the 2nd. So we'll see what happens here. Anything's still possible. 225. I mean, it'll make Schaefer get 9 on the first ball. So I'm sorry, 9 total. On the 9 in the 10th frame. So I'll put him at 216. Michael Hottie. A little bit of loft and just straight back again. Another high flush for Mr. Solerio there. Steve to have any chance in this match, needs to strike here in the 9th frame. And just creeps high. Looks like that was a little soft out of his hand. And leaves the 4-6, unfortunately. John needs all of 10 here to... All right, that will force Jason to Schaefer to get 9 in the 10th frame. 226, which I think he'll do. Big 4 is the only thing here. And there it is. That's 9. That leaves the 7 pins, 226 out. So Jason Schaefer will move on to our final. Looks like he will be facing Michael Haughty on lanes 3 and 4. Yeah, 'cause the best Steve can shoot is 210, and Michael Haughty's already there.
And that clinches it, I believe.
No, he already had it because he had 226.
I
So I know.
I'm just saying.
You know, I know. We know. Just shoot at it. As there's like, what, 5 there, 6 there? 1, 2, 3. Who cares? Steve back up on lane 5. And that just came in high. It just, he kind of motioned there that he pulled it. I mean, that outside part from the track is very touchy. The biggest thing is that if you get it going too quickly there, it's gonna jump off it, I feel like, and if you don't, then it's just gonna fly that way. So Schaefer finishes with 235.
It's a little under average for him today.
Yeah, really. Okay, so Steve will finish off the little quote-unquote fast track here to the
Finals.
for the finals. There's a thing I haven't heard in a while. Fast track.
Fast track.
Fast track, wasn't that? There was the PBA. Remember when they were like the match was out of, where they just fast track through and they both shoot the 10th frame or whatever at the same time. So, so
What was the? Weren't they doing something with the? You would bowl your first 9 regular, and then the one, basically a 1 frame 10th frame.
that was the WBT scoring system or whatever,
Yeah.
where it was like, if you struck it was 30.
Yeah.
If you spared it was
20.
it was the first count plus 10,
Okay.
and then if you opened, it was total or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like Don Barrett's shot the only 10-shot 300 on TV.
Okay. I figure there was one out there,
Dom shot 1.
and you truly only had to throw 1 shot.
He only has to do 1 shot in the 10th, so.
And that's where you would think mathematically bowling would be in terms of 10 shots equal 300, but it's really 12.
It's really 12, yeah.
So
So as we get ready here for the finals between Jason Schaefer and Michael Haughty, I'm going to take this moment to ask you to hit that subscribe button for us, youtube.com/bowlmbt. Like our post on Facebook, facebook.com/bowlmbt. And of course, follow all the standings and archived footage on bowlmbt.com. My name is Jason Willem. I'm here with Luke Pearl. We're in the finals of the top 8 pot for the week 3 sweeper here at Cave Springs Lanes. So they're going to take their 2 shots, and looks like Jason Schaefer, looks like they assign the lanes, which I'm fine with. Whenever I've done match play and I've had the option of where I want to start or where I want to finish, do you have a preference? Do you have a preference
in terms of
where if you want to finish the match, or on the left lane or right lane, or does it matter on what lane you have better or worse?
for me, it's probably just the way I bowl. I'd probably rather, I guess, start on the lane that I'm doing better on. I think, just for
you
me.
would start better. Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just 'cause I tend to, I guess, do better on the worst lane as I go on.
You know, that's a really interesting thought. I've never honestly thought about it that way. So that's kind of cool. As we take a look at the bowlers, Hottie looks like he's sliding into the left gutter, and Jason Schaefer sliding right around 6th arrow or so. I mean, roughly. It's not Tim Curran, I know that, because what, by the end of the day, he was fully in the right gutter of the left lane when he was on the right lane. And it's just, and as I said to him before, or as I said, I just highly impressive that he can do that. So
He was telling me all about it.
yeah.
One winter well, and he said he was doing it the other day too. He was well onto the left lane, playing the right lane,
Yeah.
and just happened to loft it over the full. What do we call it? The
Gutter cap.
gutter cap. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and he was getting it like out to that dry friction spot, 8-9 kind of down lane, and that, and still just, it was just banking back, and it was just amazing. I try to do that. The ball's rolling out at 30 feet.
That's where he just recently made a brand change.
Yes, he went to Motive, so.
Yep, and those are a lot bigger for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Compared to his old company, so that's why these moves for him are a lot bigger than they used to be.
That's a very interesting thought there. So Jason Schaefer getting off the championship match in the top 8 pot with a strike. Michael Hottie now up on the right lane. Michael Hottie looks like he's still throwing the same ball as he was the last match. Looks to be that
it's a
ruby or red wine hustle or something like that. I don't. It's a hustle. I know that it's from Roto Grip. So
done a pretty good job with all their hustle line.
Yeah, there's been a few. So
I currently still have one that not a lot of people are aware of. I throw. It's actually in my bag tonight. It was the Hustle 3TP, which I believe stood for 3 types of purple, or something along those lines. But it's 3 different shades of purple.
Oh, okay. So Hottie comes in a little high there, leaves the 4-pin. 9 was standing late, got kicked out.
I don't know how it is with the other hustles, but I know the one I have gives me a different shape. It's almost like a trapezoid. It reads, rolls, and hooks again. So,
fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one I've definitely seen to be a lot more rollier on the back end from the few people I've seen throw it. So.
And then this Black Widow Ghost.
Yeah, that ball.
It's done monstrous for just about everybody that I've seen throw it.
Ooh.
Racing with a 6-pin.
Yeah, almost got that roller across and took it out. So it looks like we'll be hopefully even through. They're talking down there. That's why we're laughing here. Can't hear them, unfortunately, but hey, it's fun. So they're gonna. So it looks like we'll be strike spare a piece through 2. Okay, covers the spare there. So I believe the next event will be in 2 weeks on Sunday. March 7th? That sounds right. March 7th, yeah. All the information will be at bowlingbt.com or facebook.com/bowlnbt. Jason Schaefer, 3rd frame.
Buries it. Nice little fist pump.
for
Like
sure.
this.
Yeah. It's always an interesting thing with bowling commentary. That I try not to like repeat the same phrases, and that's fine. I mean, it happens. It's spur of the moment. I feel like, but I've always been fascinated by Doc Emmerich from hockey, where he just had a thesaurus of phrases, and it would have been fascinating to watch him commentate bowling. So,
That would be.
Michael Hottie, that comes in a little high and leaves the 4-6-7. He seemed to be a little more. He looked a little more right on the approach to me than previous games, but I could be wrong on that.
Fires it in there.
He gets 2 out of 3.
How fast do you think that was? 20, 25?
Probably. Unfortunately, it doesn't show us for that, but an open frame, 46 in the third. That puts Jason Schaefer up by 24.
Sounds like a nice jazz song. 46 in the third. Just saying.
Love it. And there's a good shot from rebound from Michael Hottie after the open frame in the third. Strikes in the fourth. Jason Schaefer up in the fourth now, working on a strike. He currently leads by 24. Can increase the lead to no. Leads by 14. Can increase the lead to 24. Ooh, and solid gate pin for
Those-
Jason Schaefer.
Unfortunately, I don't know if that would have bothered him or not, but the,
I heard the beeping of
Yeah.
the lanes, but I don't think so.
now if we were on the Pro Tour here, I'm feeling Sean Rash would have a hissy fit.
I think a lot of people would.
That's true.
So
Or hometown boy, I'm not going to say his name, but PD Dub.
who do you think you are? I am.
Yeah.
So Jason Schaefer covers the spare. Is up by 14 right now, working on a spare in the fourth. Bowling in the fifth frame on lane number 3. Gets all 10 there. So Dutch start for Schaefer after 5. Hottie looking to string them together now. Fourth and fifth frame, working on a strike in the fourth after 4-6-7 the last time on this lane. Let's see what the adjustment is here for him. I feel like he's going to move left. That one jumped high too and leaves a 4-6. So you don't want to get it too far right down there, because if you get it too far right, now you're going the opposite way and you're gonna wash out, or 2-8-10 or something like that. So another 4-6 split for him. He'll cover 1, maybe try and get the bounce, and doesn't. So another open frame for him.
That one looked like he was up against the ball return to start with.
Yeah.
And
Very quickly up here in the sixth. Strikes there. Definitely a little bit of frustration, I feel like, for Mr. Hottie there, but definitely understandable. These lanes get fried. I mean, we're currently only on, this is technically 7 games of playing on it, but I mean, there was the practice beforehand, the practice now, 4 to 5 bowlers on a pair, so these lanes are getting a little toasty. So let's see if Jason can break the Dutch streak, and he does there. Honestly, should have 4 in a row after that stone 8. But working on a double now in the 7th frame. This will be he'll back-to-back the top 8s. He has qualified now for the championship in May. He was 3rd, actually, if I remember correctly, 2 weeks ago in qualifying. So he didn't earn a spot then, but has that spot now. Wow.
ghosting him.
wide. He's ghosting him. I love it. And that one was wide and just gets them all to falling. Him and I were chatting earlier, and he was. This was game 1, and he was like, I had to take away time from playing Lost Ark, and I'm like, I think that was a good choice, sir. So, Michael Hottie, let's see what kind of adjustment he makes here on the right lane. And see, that was the shot that I was talking about. There was he got it down there a little far right, and it 2-5'd. So it's
that fine line.
It's a really, really fine line. To just see those kind of things, though, as we have a lane malfunction. But Hottie doesn't care, and just buries the left lane again.
That's the ones out there. The lane malfunction is different than the wardrobe malfunction from the Super Bowl of what was it, 2005 or so?
I don't know. I don't remember yesterday. Okay.
Hey.
You know. So we have a full rack of pins now. Jason Schaefer working on 3 in a row. Max out at 260.
Holy
And just
dog.
another, but this one falls for him.
That 8-pin tried to ghost him.
That one,
Tried
that
to.
time. 4 in a row for Schaefer.
The first one definitely was ghosted.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one was, that was pretty nasty, and that one was almost just as nasty. So Jason Schaefer up now, foundation frame, 9th frame. Pretty much all but lock it up here with a strike. Bye-bye, Mr. 7-pin. He put you to bed. So, Michael Hottie.
No, I got it.
Of course, when it doesn't matter, it always strikes kind of thing, so.
Doesn't really matter to me.
So Jason Schaefer is going to win the top 8 bracket pot for the 2nd week in a row. Michael Hottie will finish in 2nd, but great performance by all these bowlers today in the top 8, and honestly throughout the tournament. Lanes looked, jeez, Harry and Joseph, are you kidding me?
What a ghosted 9-pin that
Man, like, so he could have 280 easily right now.
Easily.
He should have 280 right now going.
Yeah.
Instead he, you know, stone 8, stone 9, had 1 8 fall. So I mean, just unbelievable bowling by Mr. Jason Schaefer.
All day.
I mean, all day, and honestly, 230 was his low game,
Roughly.
roughly. I mean,
That is what I would.
and
He still strikes.
he still strikes. I mean, technically it's a foul, but he struck.
Hey, he took my move. Guys out there, I actually had the pleasure of having I coined the phrase slip and strike growing up. So if you've ever watched me bowl, I was notorious for falling down randomly.
And Jason Schaefer leaves a solid 7. Wins the match 239 to 194. So, once again, great bowling from both competitors, as well as our champion of the top 8, Jason Schaefer, once again. He'll get his spot into the, both these gentlemen will have their spot in the championship for the Bowl MBT. And we look forward
Just
to see you guys in 2 weeks.
great bowling to everybody today.
Yes, for sure. So once again, we ask you to give us a subscribe. Hit that subscribe button, youtube.com/bowlmbt. For Luke Pearl, my name is Jason Woolen, and we hope to see you guys in a couple weeks for the 4th edition of the Bowling BT Sweeper Series. Have a good night.